Entering the ring, we have class number 1, Talia Kimball, London Ulmer, Danny Manessis, Jordan Rolfs, Chance Earl, Layla Deeds, McCoy Earl, Brooklyn Smith, Owen Schlosser, Heidi Hutchison, Candace Eider, and Stone Wright. Our judge for this afternoon's show is Mr. Caleb Boardman, lives in Bryan, Texas with his wife Kylie and 3 children, Cash, Tatum, and Tinsley. He currently serves as the executive director for the American Boar Goat Association. Caleb and his family own and operate Boardman Livestock, raising black-faced show lambs. He is originally from northern Wyoming, where he grew up on a large cattle operation before attending and judging livestock at Coffeyville Community College and Texas A&M University. After receiving a bachelor's degree in agribusiness, he then served as a graduate coach at Texas A&M, including coaching the 2013 national champion team while earning a master's in ruminant nutrition. Boardman then spent the next 10 years serving as head coach at the University of Wyoming and Texas A&M, where his judging teams won over 25 contests, including Cattlemen's Congress, National Western, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Houston, and the American Royal, as well as having 13 team members be named All-Americans. Caleb has judged shows of all species at the county, state, and national level in 30 different states, including the National Western, OYE, Rodeo Austin, and 18 different state fairs. Let's put our hands together for our judge today, Caleb Boardman.
Nice set of lightweight goats here to start off with, and Young Man's maybe isn't presented quite as fancy in terms of some fit jobs and different things. But boy, I think that's a really good goat to start off with. That one's the one that's the squarest and truest out to his corners. I think relative to 2, I like this one's length and levelness of hip and his hind leg posture just a nickel better relative to 3. That one's got a lot more chest width, true forerib and back shape in him, and then he's just a little neater in his top line than 4 and 5 right there. We could make him just a nickel better in terms of his underline there. His flanks just a little parallel to his chest. Boy, you get your hands up on this one, and he's the most massive in terms of his back. And when it comes with the widest, stoutest foundation and still a good hip and hind leg, he was a nice place to start off with for the Young Man. Good job to him. Neat little goat right here in this spot-backed one. Boy, if we could change his hip ever so slightly, I may make the switch. He's got just a pinch of chest in him as well underneath. As we study him, we could pull his breastplate up in him just a little bit. I think the biggest thing is that guy's just a little steep from the top of his hip down to the point of his tail right there. Oh, that's a fresh, good-looking goat right there. That's awesome bodied. I like his skeletal width. I like his mass. I like his thickness of hip compared to 3. 3's a little bit of a first or third type. That one's different. That one's out there in his kind from the side. That one's kind of sheepy as far as his build. Tall-shouldered, shallow-chested, neat underline goat. That's really good in terms of flexibility of skeleton. Maybe has a little extra set to his pasture as we get him out and go. I don't think that guy's got quite enough to him. Boy, I think at this age, probably especially, that one is going to look better come springtime. That guy needs to probably get up and big and get some maturity to him to blow up and get big enough and kind of maintain that cool look. Right now, he's a little flatter forerib. He narrows up a bit right over his rack shape, and then he's definitely the flattest hipped and stifled one at the top end here. Boy, that's a pretty silhouette right there that I like from the side. That one's neat in terms of those regards. The black-headed goat right here, I think a moderate, stout little fella right here, and I like his skeletal width. I like his forearm. He gets a little off right in behind his blade. He's a little bit just shorter coupled and just a little steeper out of his hip. I think relative to his size, I read this one to be just a nickel deeper and not quite as just sporty looking from the side as the top couple right there, and that's where we change him. That's a nice weather to be standing there in 4. I think 5, he kind of starts 5, 6, and 7 here, a trio of wide, stout goats that we'd like to change just in behind their blade. Number 5's really opened up right there, but he's got a little extra shoulder, and he just dips and breaks in out of the backside of his blade. Not quite as good out of his hind leg posture right there. 6 and 7, again, I think really wide constructed, pretty good handling big bone goats. We just got to fix them right in behind their shoulder. They're a little open the top side of their blade, and they just dip in and break right in behind their shoulder there. Thought there was a little more mass in this young man's than the young ladies. They both do a good job. Congratulations to both of them. A couple big, long, pretty goats that we come down with. They just need to be opened up in terms of skeleton. They need a little more meat animal shape as I get my hands on them down their top. Let's give them all a nice round of applause as we start our goat show.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 1. In first place, Stone White. Second, Layla Deeds. Third place, Candace Hyder. In fourth, McCoy Earl. And in fifth, Chance Earl. We'll now have class 2 winner in our ring, Afton McIntosh, Stevie McQueen, Taylor Engel, Dylan Pittman, Tegan Johnson, Sadie Fuentes, Rory Prentice, Savannah Fowler, and Raven Vukic. I have quite a few sponsors to go through today and thank them for their contributions to our shows. Stock Show Secrets would like to wish every exhibitor the best of luck. Stock Show Secret brand supplements have innovated the livestock show industry. Like their competitors, Stock Show Secrets offers performance-based products to make your animals do and look better. But Stock Show Secrets also offers products for a safer show experience, a more rewarding show experience. They believe that no matter how good an animal is, it won't place very well if they cannot get shown well. That is what makes Stock Show Secrets different. Check them out online, Facebook or Instagram at StockShowSecrets.com. Thanks to Ag West Credit Services and all the folks with Ag West Credit for their support of NILE and the Junior Fed Youth. Sponsor the prizes today for our show. At Town and Country Supply, it's our job to help you find the right feed for your animals. We offer feed with quality, guaranteed ingredients made to develop your cows, calves, heifers, steers, and bulls. Supplements are important for your cattle, and so is finding the right one for your operation. Whether you need QLF liquid feed, Smart Lick tubs, or pelleted complete feeds, our team of experts can advise you on the program that's right for your livestock. Stop in and see us here at the NILE, and come visit us after the show at our stores in Bridger, Hardin, and Laurel, or contact one of our salesmen in your area.
Nice class here. A young lady's got a good one to win. I think just overwhelms us in terms of width and stoutness. Awesome bodied, huge backed goat right here that still balances. If I change him, he's a little big kneed. I'd set his knee back in him just a little bit. Just to be honest, young lady, the other thing I'd change is I'd take a clippers and take about 3/4 of your shark fin off the back. I think it'd make him look a lot more natural and make his back leg just a little bit better, but you can fit him how you like him. I think we got a little excessive there, but that's easily the best goat in here. Good job to you on a really good one. I like this kind of cape-shouldered one right here, spot-shouldered, necked one. He doesn't have the extra fuzz and feature underneath. He's kind of presented as is. But boy, we talk about a real one in terms of athleticism and hard muscle. That thing is big and hard-backed. Love that one's touch and tone up high. We can see the grooves he has out in his stifle. And then I think relative to 2, that one's just quite a bit more athletic in his skeleton. He's still a little out at the point of his shoulder. I'd like to change that one in terms of his skull and how he transitions from his shoulder into his forerib relative to our class winner right there. Boy, I think that one's really good skeleton. I think that one's athletic out in motion, and that one's awesome from a lean, hard muscle standpoint. Wide, stout, burly guy here that we got to change up through his shoulder and his front end. He just doesn't want to utilize his shoulder and his knee quite good enough. He's not built quite good enough off either end of his framework. But boy, that one's cracked open in his center cavity. That one's got a great big loin in him, a great big hip in him. And I like just his terminal merit compared to 4 right here. I thought it was close. 4 is better built. I like that one significantly better from the side, how he's constructed through his shoulder and up front. That one runs uphill better. Hind leg and hip is certainly better. Boy, I just didn't think there was quite enough goat here, young man, as I watch him go away. He's just a little flat. Get my hands up on him. He's the plainest over his rack and loin and the most nondescript in terms of his handle up high of our top 4 right there. I just got to see a little more punch and power to him. Same story goes with our Cape goat right here. I think one that's pretty from the side, up front and tall-shouldered goat. Just too narrow as we watch that guy go away from us. Too plain when we get our hands up on top of him. Again, I talked to these ones individually, but white-headed goat's the exact same story. Good skeleton, maybe a little deep, maybe a little mature there. Biggest thing out for him is out of his hip. He's the flattest in terms of his pin set. He's the flattest in his inner outer thigh there, and we just got to stouten him up a little bit. A couple that we round out with, we just got to see just a nickel more bone, just a little more power all the way through. Congratulations. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 2. In first place, Rory Prentice. Second, Afton McIntosh. Third, Tegan Johnson. Fourth, Dylan Pittman. And in fifth place, Sadie Fuentes. We'll now bring back the first and second out of class 1 and 2 for the selection of our lightweight Grand and Reserve champion. Out of class 1, we need Stone White and Layla Deeds. Class 2, we need Rory Prentice and Afton McIntosh.
Nice first division here. I think certainly a deep set that we came through and some nice ones to rise up to the top. We're going to back out here and just get our hands up on them. I think there's a pair that are just a little better up high, just a little stouter as I get around behind them, and just a little better balance in terms of underlying quality. Both of them maybe have a structural flaw or two that we change in them. But other than that, I like them a good deal. That's going to be a pair out of Class 2. They'll be Grand and Reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion lightweight market goat in the lightweight division goes to Rory Prentice, Huachika City, Arizona, and reserve champion Afton McIntosh, Torrington, Wyoming. Entering the ring now will be class number 3, the first heat of our middleweights. We have Tanner Bomar, Aiden Miller, Katie Matson, Chloe Wardell, Mesa Arnold, Claire Schaefer, Hunter Wilson, Eli Meter, Nicole Welker, Jaylyn Miner, McCoy Earl, and Aiden Middlemist. Some more sponsors I'd like to take this opportunity to thank. Opportunity Bank has more than 100 years strong and 31 locations statewide, member FDIC. The GOAT Show today. Thank you to RCIS and Pam Jackson, RCIS Field Service Representative, for your sponsorship. RCIS offers crop insurance protection in all 50 states through local and area agents. RCIS has a wide range of private product coverages, including a diverse selection of named peril options, supplemental and standalone insurance products, as well as federal crop insurance plans through the United States Department of Agriculture's RIC Management Agency. Together with RCIS agents, we protect America's farmers and ranchers. RCIS is an equal opportunity provider.
Go ahead and start this young lady's pretty handedly for me. He's the one you get up around in front, and he's built the right kind up through his chest. He's got width, yet it's sit up tight up into him. He's wide and powerful in his forearm. He's got a good skull to him. That goat's easily the most robust in terms of his rib and as heavy muscled as anything. I like him better in terms of his shoulder, his length and neck, and hip construction relative to 2. He's quite a bit just stouter and got more real muscle in him than the goat that stands there in 3. So I thought the decision was between 2 and 3. I went ahead and used the more powerful goat when I got around up in front of him there and I pulled off of him or get my hands up on him. This white-headed goat opens truer out of the backside of his blade. Get on through the hair on that guy. This guy's trimmed, sheared a little tighter, and he's got more muscle shape up high. He's a little bigger over his loin edge. The 1 and 3, that one's neat from the side. I like this one skeletal build young man. I like the way that this one can go around the ring. Love his underlying quality, the flexibility he has through his hip and his hind leg. I get around up front on him, and I just think he's a bit narrow-chested and flat there in terms of the base of his skeleton. I read that one and handle just a little bit plainer right in behind his shoulder and over his loin edge. I'd like to stout him up, but if we want to see what one should look like in terms of underlying quality and skeletal build, that one's awfully nice. In a market goat show, I just don't think there's quite enough just true product potential there. 4 and 5, good-looking goats, same thing. They just run out of power. I think I like their build and their balance and their quality just a little bit better. This black-headed goat right here is one that's just a little shapelier up high. Our white goat right there is a smooth-made one that just gets a little flat in terms of his hip. Young man here, I like his muscle shape and his power up high. He falls out of balance underneath in terms of length of blade and getting up high in his flank line. He doesn't get out and move quite as well. 7 and 8, are really powerful goats. They're moderate, boxy, big top, thick-ended goats. Both of those are a little too small for me. They're short can and just a little quick maturing, and both of them are a bit too bow-legged right from behind. Young lady's next is a real good-looking one down there that just needs more shape. We round out with a couple that just need more skeletal width and bone and muscle all the way throughout. Good class again. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thanks, Caleb. Results out of class number 3. In first place goes to Katie Matson. Second, Hunter Wilson. Third, Eli Meter. Fourth, Aiden Middlemist. And in fifth place, Chloe Wardell. We now have class 4 entering the ring. Julia Johnson, Sophie Rumrill, Rayleigh Florchinger, Tegan McGuire, Chloe Wardell, Nicole Welker, Jolie Russell, Emma Maxwell, Carly Bomar, Kate Schaefer, Renica Lohoff, Alexandra Thornis, Adelie St. Martin, Baylor Johnson, and Cashley Smith. Just a reminder, kids, when you're out here showing today, when the judge is putting his hands on your critter, their front feet have to stay on the ground. No lifting when he's got his hands on them. Thank you. Some supporting sponsors of the NILE Stock Show this year include Select Sires, offering an expanded sire lineup that includes more elite bulls from respected programs. Select Sires, Calving Ease, Carcass, Cows. Stop by and see Jay Nansel at their booth in the trade show or visit with your local Select Sire rep. Western Ranch Supply, serving the big country with the quality and service you can trust. Stop into their West End store located just off the Shiloh exit. A complete farm and ranch store from vet supplies to show supplies or fencing to livestock equipment, saddles and tack, and a large clothing department. Thanks to Keith Robinson and Shane Vandevort, stores in Billings and Great Falls.
An interesting top trio here, and really top five that have some give and take. And this spot shouldered weather up front. Boy, that one's awesome from the side. Without a doubt, the best structured, neatest looking one. That's very youthful and athletic. He's right on the line if he has enough for me, and I made the call in this particular class that one's got enough loin edge when I get my hands up on him that I'm accepting of his pin set and stifle out here and calling it adequate as an individual. He is not the stoutest one by any means, but I love that guy in terms of his build, his look, his freshness, and his athleticism. I just think when we get him out and go or prop him up here on the side, that's definitely the highest quality show goat in terms of just his look and his build and his balance. The paint hipped one right here kind of matches him from a body shape and stoutness standpoint or athleticism standpoint. One's really crisp and hard to the touch up high. I like him out in motion just a little better than third. I like the fact that he's smoother to the point of his shoulder. He's a little stronger in his top line and leveler out of his hip. He is just a nickel frailer underneath. I don't think his underlying quality is quite as neat, and he's a little steeper out of his hip than the weather that we let off with. Oh boy, that one's awesome in terms of body shape. That one's awesome in terms of hard muscle shape and power right up high. The next one, if you call good enough moving, you probably go ahead and start him because that one is the stoutest one of our top three. That one's really opened up in terms of his foot size and his forearm. That one's really robust there in the turn through his heart, and he has a big spread of muscle up high and behind. With that young lady, I read him just a little deeper and coarser in his shoulder. He wants to throw his old shoulder and chest down in him and just kind of hinge a little tight out of his shoulder and knee as we watch him go around the ring. He doesn't flex with quite enough comfort off either end of his skeleton. I'd like to maintain his balance just a little bit better, both on the standstill and as we circle him right there. But that's a thick, stout rascal right there. Next one, I think just maybe just a nickel deep and just a nickel mature on us right out here in terms of his depth of rib and his handle quality. Boy, that's a good skeleton, wide, square-built, proportional goat. He's a little thicker at the base of his neck. He's just a little deeper and just a little plainer in the shape of his rib instead of being tucked up and athletic, and that correlates with his handle as well. I'd like to see him just a little more shapely up high and just a little more expressive. He just reads maybe a nickel older to me at this age and just not quite as fresh and shapely up high. Another great skeleton one right here that gets out, and I really like him out in motion, young lady. We get him stopped and propped. He's the worst handling of our top five. He just needs more loin edge. Wish he was just a little stronger behind his blade and just leveler down his top line, hooked into the front side of his hip and just level his spine up just a little bit all the way throughout. We got a couple really stout ones that we come in next with. Young ladies, there's really wide, bold, big backed one. I just got to see him better in terms of his skeletal build. He's a little big shouldered, steep hipped, and out of his hind leg right from behind. Young lady's next one's got a big legged one right there that just gets a little deeper and plainer up through his front third. And then as big as he is up high, watching this one go away, he'll actually narrow up and flatten up at his base and not be quite as wide and square and true to his corners. Young lady here right in front of me has got a great looking one from the side. Told her, boy, I like that one's skeletal build. He just does not have quite enough. I make the line on the call on him that he's a little too flat jawed, just a little too frail structured, and flatten his forerib and topside mass. As we go down, a couple that are good built, better built one here that needs more shape, a stout one that needs to be better built, a couple that maybe just run out of bone or some balance as we go along, need a little more muscle to round out. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Good set there, interesting top end.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 4. In first place, Chloe Wardell. Second, Sophie Rumrill. Third place, Alexandra Thornes. Fourth, Baylor Johnson. And in fifth place, Rayleigh Floringer. We now have class 5 entering the ring. Montana Fuller, Adelie St. Martin, Jalen Miner, Baylor Johnson, Brooke Carey, Hunter Wilson, Tinley Witcher, Chance Earl, Lacey Schaefer, Hadley Roundy, Quincy Rhodes, Angelina Lohoff, and Kesley Hawk. After this class, we will select our middleweight champion in reserve. We will need back out of class number 3, Katie Matson and Hunter Wilson. Class 4, Sophie Romrell and Chloe Wardell. Promotional partners of the 2025 NILE Jackets are World West of Joliet, Montana, a custom bowl collection service with the experience many have come to trust. Thanks to Scott and Andrea Spickard. Grand and Reserve champions, please remember to visit the livestock office in the expo to pick up your champion jackets and vests. Special thanks to Dalio Western Wear for embroidering these awards. Visit the Dalio booth in the trading post for all your NILE merchandise needs. NILE Host Hotels, the Best Western Clock Tower Inn. Thanks to the Clock Tower Inn as one of our NILE Host hotels, located in the heart of downtown Billings and connected to Stella's Bakery. The NILE has many exceptional hotel partners for your lodging needs. Next time you visit, please be sure to stay with one of these outstanding locations: the Northern Hotel, Residence Inn by Marriott, Billings Hotel and Convention Center, and Town Place Suites.
We sort up here. We got three better looking ones that are just a little higher quality in terms of their freshness and their athleticism, and then a pair that are just a little stouter that rise up of those top three right there. And then up top, I think handle quality, hip and hind leg sorts the pair to me. That young lady's right up front's the just best bodied one when I get right up on top of him as far as just true upper rib shape, hard muscle shape up high. He handles thinner hided. He handles better backed right in behind his shoulder, and then just a little leveler out of his hip than the weather that comes in next right there. This weather that comes in next is really wide constructed and stout. I love his underline quality. I think he's big-footed and heavy structured. He's a little shorter and thicker necked. That goat gets just a little soft when I get my hands up on him right in behind his shoulder. Love this one from the side. I think that's a neat fronted, tall shouldered goat that's level topped, and he's good handling young man. That one's just a little frailer. That one's a little flatter in terms of his forerib and narrower right from behind. That's where I'd like to change him. Four is a moderate, stout, opened up goat. I get just a little critical on this one in terms of being just a little coarser shouldered and steeper out of his hip. I can't get him to balance quite as good from the side from an athleticism standpoint. Five's a good goat that I bet was really good earlier in the summer, young lady. He looks like he's getting just a little mature and a little deep on us. That's the softer handling goat. That's just falling out in terms of his rib a little bit, gotten just a little deeper chested, gotten a little deeper and plainer in his rib cage, and handles a little bit accordingly. Boy, I told this young lady, good looking, sound structured one. That's a little more youthful than the pair right in front of her. Just didn't think that one had quite enough power and enough muscle. A stout one that's big muscle comes next that just ran out of balance. Needs to be a little better through his breastplate and his shoulder right there. I visited with him as we went down. Young man presents this one well. He's just too flat ribbed and a little narrow stifled. We got to freshen up a couple as we go down that just aren't as good handling. Again, let's give this class, last class of middleweights, a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 5 middleweights. In first place, Montana Fuller. Second, Chance Earl. Third, Baylor Johnson. Fourth, Lucy Schaefer. And in fifth place, Brooke Carey. We'll now have the top two from class 3, 4, and 5 back in the ring for the selection of our champion and reserve champion middleweight goat. Out of class 3, Katie Matson and Hunter Wilson. Class 4, Chloe Wardell and Sophie Rumrill. And out of class 5, Montana Fuller and Chance Earl.
Good class division here in the middleweights. I think a good deep set of middleweight goats we got to study through. Not a perfect one out here. We'd like to either change build or balance or muscle just ever so slightly to make them the EST in every regard and kind of make them just the drive home winner out of this particular division. But I think all 6 of them are awfully good goats that these young people should be proud of. Let's put our hands together, congratulate them on a job well done on presenting us a really high quality set out here. Again, I think it goes some different ways, whether you want to pick the stoutest ones, the best handling ones, the best structured ones, where you want to go with that. I'm the one holding the mic, and so I get to decide just which ones I think are the most unique out here. And as I go, I think there's a pair of them that just pattern up just a little better from the side. Love them in terms of their build, still handle fresh and good. Our pair of paints out of the middleweight division are going to be grand and reserve. Congratulations.
Your grand champion middleweight goat at the 2025 NILE goes to Chloe Wardell, Sheridan, Wyoming. Reserve champion goes to Sophie Romrill, Idaho Falls, Idaho. We'll now roll into Class 6, our first heat of heavyweights. Entering the ring is Adelaide St. Martin, Kate Schaefer, Afton McIntosh, Leighton Leister, Frankie Counts, Addison Perkins, Macy Smith, Miley Josephson, Mesa Arnold, Baylor Johnson, Leighton Leister, and Janine Losing.
again, find the goats that to me have extra skeletal width and power and yet still some skeletal quality to them, and that's the pair that we line up. But boy, I think this one up front wins pretty handedly. That's just as wide and true of a cage and big of a back and hip as we've gotten a goat that we've studied out here today, and that one I think still balances plenty fine. He's tucked up enough in his chest. He proportions right from the side. I think a nice weather to go ahead and lead off with. The other one that can match him in terms of true muscle and shape, true skeletal width and power out of his hip is the weather here in second. He's not as good in terms of his rib cage. He's a little bolder at the point of his shoulder right there, and so it probably even just becomes a little more of a discussion here between 2, 3, 4, but I thought just from a sheer muscle and stoutness standpoint and shape standpoint, this one needs to stand in at second. Love this one from the side. That's a good looking, good structured goat. That's tall fronted. She's got him presented very fresh out here. He runs out of bone. He runs out of just rib shape and just mass out of his hip and from behind compared to the ones that we lead off with right there. But that's as neat looking and good chested and good underline and sound structured of a goat as we've got in this class. We just got to have a little more goat there. Oh, if this one was just a little more youthful young man, I think we could get him up a couple of spots. That's a good structured, high quality rascal right there. I think he's still plenty fresh up high. Study him in terms of his skull and his neck. He gets a little thicker and plainer there at the base of his neck. He gets the little deeper and plainer in terms of his rib, and as he's starting to plane out of his hip just a little bit, I just don't read that guy just quite as athletic still and just quite as shapely as our top couple. It's a high quality individual. Love this one from the side, young lady. When we get him over propped up here, I think that one could rise up a couple spots. Boy, watching him come at us, but especially go away, he's just not wide enough. He really wants to turn that hockey in and narrow up underneath and get pretty narrow based on us. I'd like to open him up in those regards. That's not the issue here, young lady. That one's as wide and stout, and if you're a power judge, we'd maybe have this one as high up as third and just say he's that up there as far as the top trio in terms of width and muscle. I wouldn't argue that. To me, we got to maybe cross a line a little bit in terms of build for how I like him. He's a little too moderate and coarse-shouldered. He's a bit rocky in his top line and just off in his hind leg structure there as we go. Fixed pasterns on the black goat gets a little mature on us as we go down. Some that just don't have quite enough muscle as we go along, but a nice set. I visited with each of them as I pulled them. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we send this class out.
Thank you, Caleb. Results in class number 6. In first place, Leighton Leister. Second, Afton McIntosh. Third, Addison Perkins. Fourth, Baylor Johnson. And in fifth place, Leighton Leister. We'll now go into class 7 of our heavyweights. Entering the ring is Shelby Reese, Haven Rhodes, Taya Thompson, Kate Peterson, Layla Deeds, Maya Carey, Alexis Uffelman, Tegan Johnson, Wyatt Gerzalka, Catherine Kinder, Macy Jo Earl, Jenna Wakefield, and Taylor Fearing. Some sponsors of our show here this afternoon in the Goat Show. Our Market Show Champion and Reserve Champion coolers are donated by RCIS of Lewistown, Montana. Our Market Show Division Champion banners are donated by Lost Creek Showgoats, Molt, Montana. And our Breeding Show Division Champion banners donated by Maverick Showgoats, Billings, Montana. Next Level Images from Mount Pleasant, Texas are the exclusive photographers for the 2025 NILE Stock Show. All champion and reserve breed champions are required to have their backdrop photos taken. Everyone is welcome and encouraged to have their photos taken at the backdrop. All photos, ring, and backdrop will be available to view in the northeast corner of the Expo Center. Please let them know if you need anything specific while they are here throughout the week. As a reminder, please, no photography at the backdrop or ringside. Thank you. Reserve champion winners, please remember to visit the livestock office in the expo to pick up your champion jackets. Special thanks to Dalio Western Wear for embroidering these special awards. Remember, kids, if you plan to sell an animal in the Junior Fed Sale at Champions tomorrow night, please be sure to complete the yellow sale nomination form stating which animal you wish to sell and submit at the livestock office in the expo. Reminder, Grand and Reserve market animals are required to sell. The deadline to submit your forms for the goats and the swine is today, October 12th by 4 p.m. Move out. All non-sale animals and tack are to be moved out of the Montana Pavilion by 6 p.m. on Monday, October 13th. No exceptions.
Good deep class here. We got a big one, so it took me a little longer to study and sort here, trying to give everyone a fair look and make sure I get them where I like them. And pair that rows up that I think are the most unique. But boy, I think that one's high quality right up there to start with. His structure and his build, and specifically his hip and hind leg posture and how he goes and utilizes that in motion, goes ahead and beats our real powerful kind of round-shouldered goat right there. I love the way this one draws up from the side. He's not the biggest pinned. He's not the stoutest from the side. I think that's what a good high-quality show goat should look like from the side. And the young lady does a good job sticking him and getting him presented. Well, there's a lot of goat here in that one right there, young lady. That thing is real as far as skeletal width and body shape. He's got as big and hard of a back as anything we've gotten out here. And if we're just a power judge that's just going to width and stoutness him out, we switch that pair without a doubt. He's one of the more impressive creatures we've seen in that regard. It's tough to make these goats that are built like that as far as width, skull, rib cage, muscle. It's an impressive creature right here for us. With that, he gets just a little jammed up. He gets a bit coarser in his shoulder. Biggest discrepancy as we watch him get out and go. I don't think that one's hip and hind leg go with the same kind of use and flexibility and just comfort as that weather that we led off with. 1 and 3 is very good fundamental goat, young lady. I don't know that there's a major flaw as far as anything goes. I think he's got enough muscle. He's good enough looking. He handles good. All that being said, he's just not as unique as those top two. He's not as good looking. He's not quite as good balance. He's got a little extra shoulder, a little easier in his top line and out of his hip than our winner. He's not near as stout as second. And so I just didn't think he was just quite as hard to make and just quite as unique as our top two right there. Boy, that's just one that checks a lot of boxes and does a lot of things right. Boy, this black-headed one, he's close to being right up there with our class winner, young man, as being as the other good skeleton, kind of good-looking one. I thought that guy handled fresh and big in his back, and that's where you get just beaten to betray just a little bit by your goat, as he just does not have that same muscle shape up high. He's too soft and bland right in behind his shoulder. He's too round to his edges, and you get behind him. That's the flattest stifled one that we've talked about so far. I just need a little more punch and power in that particular goat to be able to sort up a little bit. A little wider, stouter goat to the young ladies that comes next. Thought he was just a little deeper and plainer young lady. Thought he got just a little more mature and conventional in his look from the side, but I think that one's wide, stout, and muscular without a doubt. Young ladies that comes in next is one that I like a lot of things about. When we set him in motion, I don't know that one's as good in terms of his hip and his hind leg, similar to the goat right in front of you. We just talked about young lady. That one starts to read deeper and more mature to me. I just want to change him in that regard. Told this young lady right here in front of me, if we make that one better handling, we could get him up a couple spots. Got to get this one better balanced in his top line and out of his hip. That one right there is a wide, stout rascal right there that just did not move good enough for me. If you want to sort him up on just sheer power, we could get him up a few spots. Mainly just some handle quality, some staleness, and maybe some maturity issues or muscle issues as we go down the line. The young people are doing a good job. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we go into our last class of the day.
Thank you, Caleb. Results out of Class 7 of our heavyweights. First place, Tegan Johnson. Second, Kate Peterson. Third, Layla Deeds. Fourth place, and I apologize, Hayes, I didn't see your name on the second page. Hayes Johnson's in fourth place. And in fifth place, Taylor Fearing. We'll now bring in Class 8, our final class of heavyweights. Gavin Garzalka, Halsey Middlemist, Harley Fearing, Sophie Romrill, Ryder Middlemist, Cora Seeley, Mikkel Guyman, Savannah Fowler, Renica Lohoff, Alexander Uffelman, Haven Rhodes, and Hayes Johnson. For the selection of our Grand and Reserve Champion Heavyweight, we will need back to the ring after this class. Out of class number 6, Leighton Leister and Afton McIntosh. Class 7, Tegan Johnson and Kate Peterson.
Young man's goat wins this class very handily. He's easily just the freshest and most youthful, just the neatest in terms of his build and front end assembly. Could use just a nickel more power from behind relative to how big he is, but boy, that one still handles good up high. Easily is wide chested and good up front, and still athletic skeleton is anything we've got out here. A real high quality one to go ahead and lead off this big heavyweight class. Good job to that young man. 2, 3, and 4 a little closer. I thought 2's the other one that was a little bigger footed and stouter feature. That comes at us just a little better in terms of his top line strength and just a little leveler out of his hip. He's a little jammed up. He's a little shorter necked and thicker necked and just not near as neat looking as the goat we start with. But I thought just strength of top line, just a little levelness and maybe some maturity again as far as being more youthful, goes ahead and stands in second. 3 and 4 are similar. They're wide constructed, good rib goats that are very hard muscled and expressive up high. Both of them get a little easy in their top line and steeper out of their hip. Both of them get just a little frailer structured underneath. I thought this goat right here in 3 was a little trimmer, better through his chest and just a little better at the base of his neck than our goat in 4. Wide, stout goat here, just a little too frail structured young lady. That one's just a little easy in his top line around out of his hip. Big, pretty goat here with great big old feet and legs underneath of him. He just got a little mature on us. That guy's lost his muscle shape up high. He gets a little long pasture and just a little excessive in the set to his hind leg. This one's wider and stouter. Told the young lady he got just a little chubby on us right there. That one just starts to jiggle a little bit as we get him out and go. He's pushing a little extra condition over his body wall, and we got to lean him up and get him a little more athletic. Again, I visited with all these people as we went down the line, told them where I wanted to change those goats. Some real nice weathers as we go down the lineup. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we round out the day.
Thank you, Caleb. Results in Class 8 of our heavyweights. In first place, Hayes Johnson. Second, Harley Fearing. Third, Gavin Gerzalka. Fourth, Cora Seeley. And in fifth place, Haven Rhodes. We'll now have entering a ring first and seconds from Class 6, 7, and 8. Out of Class 6, Leighton Leister and Afton McIntosh. Class 7, Tegan Johnson and Kate Peterson. And Class 8, Hayes Johnson and Harley Fearing. We will take a short break at the conclusion of the market shows so that the kids can go get their backdrop pictures taken. Once Caleb's back in the show ring, we'll get fired up with showmanship.
Real nice heavyweight drive. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these young people on a job well done right out here. good goats, some come in some different shapes and sizes and maturities, but boy, I think they rise to the top as just being the most unique, hardest to build ones out here. There's a pair of them that I like. I think they're just a little different in where they offer trade-offs. One of them's just awesome looking and good structured. The other one's incredible ribbed and handling, and I think plenty good skeleton. If you're a little different style of judge, you may switch them. One of them just suits me just a little better as far as build and balance and quality goes. Let's give them a nice round of applause again. Young lady out of Class 2, she's going to be our champion. Young lady out of Class 1 is going to be reserved. Congratulations to each of them.
Our grand champion heavyweight goat goes to Tegan Johnson out of Benjamin, Utah. Reserve champion Leighton Leister, Goodyear, Arizona. We'll now have back to the ring our champion and reserve champions of each division. Out of the lightweight division, we need Rory Prentice and Afton McIntosh. Out of the middleweight division, Chloe Wardell and Sophie Romrill. And out of the heavyweight division, Tegan Johnson and Leighton Leister. We need Sophie Romrill, reserve middleweight, to the show ring, please. Sophie Romrill.
A really neat set of goats right out here. Again, let's congratulate these young people on just a job well done presenting, and 6 young ladies with 6 good goats out here. Each of them a little different, their strengths and weaknesses, but boy, they do a good job. Encourage young people, as I kind of same speech I've given 3 times now, will be the 3rd time, I guess, but make sure and say thank you to the people that brought you. It takes a lot of time and effort. They didn't have to get you involved in this, but they believe in you. They believe in what this activity does as far as building character and a work ethic and determination to increase the memories that you can make as a family, and then just the networking that you can make. If you look around, I hope you guys take advantage of that and listen as they talk about states. I don't know, I haven't heard a total count, but I bet it's 8, 9, 10 states are represented up here at the NILE, and so you can meet some of the most competitive people from different states and use those as contacts going forward, build friendships, build networking in this. Said it yesterday in the sheep show. I'll say it again if you weren't there. I encourage you to go in, and as you're in the stock showing deal, there's a new podcast out that I think is doing a great job on Colton Thigpen. It's called the Cattle Coach Podcast, and I know it's cattle driven, but there's one on there right now with the Potts family that talks about the purpose and the reason behind showing and finding a greater purpose in this deal. And if you're a podcaster, and a lot of you got a long drive home and several hours, you'll have plenty of time to listen. It's about 1 hour and 15 minutes. They can say a lot better things in there than I can, and it kind of speaks to what I think we need to keep in mind, why we do this stock showing game and what we do it for. And so, young people, hope you enjoy it. Hope you tell them thank you. Well, I think this is a good set of goats right out here. If we talk about the front one, that's the most athletic shaped, best bodied, biggest backed one. Boy, is his front knee and front foot good enough for you in there? Is he just a little too bendy hind-legged? Reserve was awesome touching, neat-bodied, just a nickel frailer, maybe just not quite as massive and manly as the goat that we started there. Boy, our best skeletoned one that is just killer from the side is this spot-shouldered one right here. Love that guy in terms of the way he's presented from a freshness standpoint and a fit job standpoint. It's just 100% spot on, dialed into the 9s there on how they need to be done. Love him out in motion. Is that guy big enough backed? Is that guy just big enough muscled out here in the grand drive to get the final nod is what's running through my head. Our paint hipped one, liked his shape, liked his power in there. You know, hip and hind leg wasn't quite as good as our champion. Didn't think he was quite as unique right there. Love the build of this one as well. Maybe not just quite as sporty as the one up front, but got a little more muscle. Maybe not just quite as big shaped as the one clear up front, but better skeleton. And so where do you draw the line? Do you call him, the most complete one? Do you say he's not quite as unique? Maybe just not quite as out there in an area or two? One behind him, boy, that one is all there in terms of width and muscle and rib cage. Wasn't quite as good skeleton there as our winner. I think plenty acceptable. That's where we tweak him, though, just a little in his shoulder and out of his hip. So those are the things that are running through my mind. Where you draw the line on some of these is who ends up getting the nod. The two that come together just, I think, very unique as far as some build and muscle combo is the pair that we're going to get in there. They might not be the ESTs, but do a great job all the way through. Let's give them one more big round of applause. I'll go shake a Grand and Reserve champion for the 2025 NILE Stock Show.
Your grand champion market goat of the 2025 NILE Goat Show goes to Tegan Johnson, Benjamin, Utah. Reserve champion Leighton Leister, Goodyear, Arizona. Again, we're going to take a little break here, go do pictures at the backdrop. As soon as the judge is back in the ring, we'll get started in showmanship. We found a pink jewelry case in the women's bathroom. If any of you are missing this, pink jewelry case. I have it up here at the announcer stand. All right, we're ready to get started here in our senior showmanship. Our first heat, we need Tegan Johnson, Shelby Reese, Macy Joe Earl, Aiden Miller, Sophie Romrill, Maya Carey, Brooke Carey, Afton McIntosh, Catherine Kinder, Hunter Wilson, and Addison Perkins.
Good first tough heat here. Several of them that are really close. Get them running uphill. Maybe get back legs just offset. Maybe we get that nose tipped up and just get a little tight in terms of pulling on the neck, just a little harder than I like on one or two of them that are really close. Love the ring presence. Love the eye contact and intensity. These were the four that just fit my style the best right out here. Let's give them all a nice round of applause, and we'll continue to work through the heats.
Coming back out of the first heat of seniors will be Tegan Johnson, Sophie Romrill, Catherine Kinder, and Addison Perkins. Entering the ring now is our second heat of senior showmen, Miley Josephson, Savannah Fowler, Heidi Hutchison, Dylan Pittman, London Almer, Katie Madsen, Kaisley Jacenti, Kate Schaefer, Chloe Wardell, and Harley Donnelly.
in tough heat here. Going to keep 3. Both up front are very close to me. Just overdrive and overstretch those just ever so slightly. If we'd shake them out, let them have their neck and relax just a little bit, we could have pulled them there. Next 2 want to get the neck back over the shoulder just a little bit more. Last 2 right here, those does don't seem to be driving and just getting into them just quite as hard and intensive a brace. 3 young ladies here do a great job. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Coming back at a heat number 2 in the senior division, Katie Matson, Kaisley Jacenti, and Chloe Wardell. Class number 3 senior showmen are entering the ring. Eli Meter, Julia Johnson, Zane Downey, Sadie Cifuentes, Rory Prentice, Paisley McQueen, Brooklyn Smith, Harley Fearing, Nicole Welker, and Lexi Amundson.
Last heat is good again. 4 of them up here that will pull. Young lady on the front side just overstretches just a little bit. Young lady next, I want you to set those feet with your hands a little quicker, and we get his neck leading just a little far forward. Young lady with the doe, same thing. I think just isn't driving quite as hard. You do a good job on the head and neck on that one. Next young lady, you want to level that nose out. This young lady want to get that neck back a little bit. We get that far stretched out over the front of us just a little bit, and you're just a little sideways. I'd like you to square up with your hips and your shoulders ever so slightly. Good group. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll work through our final group.
Coming back out of the third heat of seniors, we'll have Eli Meter, Sadie Cifuentes, Rory Prentice, and Lexi Amundsen. I almost forgot to mention the Needle in the Haystack Scholarship. This is a random drawing open to Grand and Reserve senior showmen in the Junior Fed Lamb, Goat, Swine, and Steer shows. Just before the Junior Fed sale Monday, October 14th, a winner will randomly be drawn out of the 8 champion senior showmen. This will be a $500 scholarship to be sent to the college or university of the recipient's choosing.
Tough senior drive out here. Let's put our hands together and show our appreciation for these young people. Can get it done out here. I'm not going to talk every single one of them. When it comes down to it, right out here, I think there's some that just get just a nickel more out of their goats as far as always having feet and legs set right. And then when it comes to the top end and the showmanship deals, it becomes personal preference. Not any different than a show that's subjective, but this even becomes more subjective on how we like our hands placed, how we like them to hold the head and the neck and the nose and the ears, how we like to lead them with their neck forward or up, or some different ways. And what pace do we go? Do we go quick? Do we go moderate? Do we go slow as we're walking? So there's little things that come into it in my mind in every regard that we go through there. And I guess especially close for reserve right out here. But I think the ones that go ahead and get the nod for me do a great job being squared up, keeping the front end braced on that, keeping nose level. Champion especially, I like our hand placement. I like the natural ability of leaving the head, neck, and ears in just a natural position on this particular showman. I think when we walk them, we keep the head up and up at a 90 and go at the right pace. Very close for reserve, between reserve and third. Our reserves maybe not quite my style as far as nose and ears go, but love everything else about this showman as far as ring intensity and presence. Love the showman on the walk as far as getting the head up and getting that goat looking the best out on the lead. I'll let the young person know who is third. I think does a great job standing still, maybe gets that neck a little far forward when we lead and don't get just the most out of that goat, perfectly out on the go on one that she does a great job on. Let's give him one more big round of applause. I'll go shake hands, or I'll point out actually Grand in reserve. Young lady with the red doe right there. She's our champion showman. Congratulations to her. Her and that goat just make a great team. Young lady in the black right behind her is going to be reserve. Congratulations. Young lady in the loud colored shirt right there. You'd have been our runner-up right there. Congratulations. Awesome set of showmen.
Your grand champion senior showman goes to Kaisley Grisenti from Burley, Idaho. Reserve champion Lexi Amundsen, Ferndale, Washington. We'll now roll into our first heat of junior showmen. Hayes Johnson, Aiden Middlemist, Raven Vukic, Jaylyn Miner, Alexandra Thornes, Chance Earl, Cashley Smith, Haven Rhodes, Leighton Leister, Taylor Engel, and Jolie Russell.
Big group here. I know we've got 4 heats of them, and we may get pretty big here, but pull them back, and if I need to cut them in half when we come back in, we will. Young lady up front's close. Just want a little harder brace out of that goat. You're in the right position, like your hand posture on that goat. He just wants to get a little easy in his top line. I think we got to pop him, get his feet under him, get him driving a little more. Young lady, neck's too far forward. Love your posture up front, squared up on that goat. Young lady, we got to get his back legs set. We get him just offset, and his front legs offset just a little bit. Young man, we just tip that nose up a little bit too much. I want you to just get that thing down just a little bit more. Need to square up and get just a little square brace out of them on the last 2. But really tough first round. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Making it back out of our first heat of junior showman is Hayes Johnson, Jalen Miner, Alexandra Thornes, Leighton Leister, and Jolie Russell. Class 2 is entering the ring at this time. We have Mikkel Guyman, Angelina Lohoff, Taylor Fearing, Renica Lohoff, Baylor Johnson, Tegan McGuire, Stone White, Teague Meneses, Taya Thompson, Macy Smith, and Jordan Rolfs.
in a tough group right here. Just talking briefly, young lady up front gets that neck just stretched a little far forward, get that head pushed back. Same thing, get a little stretch right there. Young lady squared up good. We're over the top of that goat just a little bit. We got his nose pointing straight up in the air. Lean back a little bit, let him have his head just a little bit. Both these young lady right here, you got it squared up now, but both these young ladies, we needed to fix feet and legs on a little bit. Young lady, you're in the right spot. We overstretch him. Those back legs are too far back. It makes him a little straight in his hock. Young lady at the back, we got to get a little harder brace and squared up just a little bit right there. But let's give him a nice round of applause as we head out, and we'll get to our third heat of Junior Showman.
Making it back out of the second heat of juniors, we'll have Baylor Johnson, Stone White, and Taya Thompson. Class 3 will be entering the ring now. We have Rayleigh Florchinger, Mesa Arnold, Lillian Walder, Frankie Counts, Afton Shoemaker, Claire Schaefer, Gavin Gerzalka, Wyatt Gerzalka, Haiti Roundy, Stevie McQueen, and Kate Peterson.
in a tough group. Do a good job out here. Young lady up front. Get the nose up in that goat and just head back over him just a little bit more than I'd like. You were very borderline close to getting it. Next young lady, we let that doe get downhill a little bit right now. Got to get her rocked up, propped up on her feet. Young lady, we got to get that one stretched out. Young lady right there, if you were showing like me the whole time, right like that the whole time, would be over in this line. You never got her feet set right over there. We were kind of cockeyed. We had her front shoulder out. Her back legs were off right there. Boy, I know you could do it right there. You just didn't show it to me. That's how they're supposed to look. You just didn't excel right there when we pulled right there, and you had that mistake that keep you in that line. Young lady right here, when I come around the front in the pink, make sure then just keep that showing me that front end off. We were kind of on the wrong side right there. We got to get a harder brace right here. Nose a little level. Young man, you do a good job bracing. Just takes us a while to get him set up. We just got to get a little quicker on the punch. Congratulations, a really nice set of showmen.
Thank you, Caleb. Coming back out of heat number 3 in the junior division, Lillian Walder, Wyatt Gerzalka, and Kate Peterson. We'll now have our final heat of juniors enter in the show ring. Ada Lee St. Martin, Talia Kimball, Jenna Wakefield, Alexis Uffelman, Danny Manessis, Layla Deeds, Halsey Middlemist, Montana Fuller, Candace Eider, and Alexander Uffelman.
Going to keep 3 out of our final heat again. Young man up front, we just need a little more intense brace. Young lady's done a great job all day. You get a good intense brace. We're just always a little fidgety right there, young lady. You're always checking. I appreciate you checking. Trust once you're set, just go ahead and just leave it and just kind of stare at the judge and don't always be moving and fidgeting quite as much. And we probably would have kept you over here. You go for the young lady, just not wanting to work very good for her right there. Just need a better teammate. Young lady here, we need a little harder brace. That doe's just pulling back on us all the time. Boy, young lady, we get that goat driven uphill and looking right. To me, we get his nose up in the air just a little bit more than I'd like to see, an overstretch, but you were very close to making it in. Young lady right there, we get him just a little broken his top line. We got to get him popped and just bounced a little bit better right there. Young lady that came in there with the paint goat, we got to get those front feet set and just a little more intense brace. But a couple that were really close to making it, let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Out of the last heat of juniors, we'll have Layla Deeds, Montana Fuller, and Candace Eider. Now in the ring will be the selection of our Grand and Reserve Champion, Junior Goat Showman. Folks, after the selection of our Grand and Reserve Beginner Goat Showman, we will roll right into our breeding goat shows. So there will be no break. After Beginner Showman, we will roll into our breeding show.
big group of good junior showmen out here. Let's show our appreciation and congratulate them, make them feel special out here. Boy, these young people have put in a lot of time and effort and hours at home in the barn and gone to a lot of shows to be able to show at this level at this age, and commend each one of them. Boy, it's close up at the top end. There's several that could rise up, just like I've said before, sound like a broken record, but it becomes on who fits my style the best. I think who gets the most presented out of their goat. I think there's a pair of them that just have their animals looking really, really good. Some differences between equipment, and that's fine. Some differences in terms of hand posture and placement and the way, again, we hold maybe the head and the skull and the ears on these, and probably just a little difference on that to our champion. I think just does a great job on that. Really like the posture and how we hold the front end of that goat. Reserve just really good showman all the way through. Maybe a slight difference in terms of personal preference on how we hold the skull and ears up on the top end there, just for me, but boy, really good job. Let's give them one more big round of applause. I think all of them are close. If we don't make it in there, maybe work on getting the nose a little level, make sure we're squared up, our hips and our shoulders are squared up, make sure that goat's always driving, keep that nose level in there. My favorite showman in here, I think, has just done an outstanding job fighting him just a little bit right now, but boy, that young man right in the corner right there does a great job. He's our champion showman. Congratulations to him. Young lady clear up front is going to be our reserve champion. Congratulations to her.
Your grand champion junior goat showman of the 2025 NILE goes to Wyatt Gorzalka, Sheridan, Wyoming. Reserve champion Jolie Russell, Sherwood, Oregon. We'll now go into our single heat of beginner showmen. In the ring, we'll have Quincy Rhodes, Tinley Witcher, Kesley Hawk, Carly Bomar, Tanner Bomar, Paisley Hawk, Janine Losing, Emma Maxwell, Cora Seeley, Lucy Schaefer, Hayes Hawk, Ryder Middlemist, McCoy Earl, and Carson Cates.
Let's put it together for our beginners out here working really hard. Goats are probably one of the tougher species to show out here for a young showman, understand how to control that chain, get them set, get their head and necks right. And I encourage those young people, if we don't get Grand Reserve, that's probably a big difference in there, is just who's able to get squared up on their goats, get a good hard brace, and get the most out of that goat. There were 2 or 3 that are going to be just outside of it. Maybe goat wasn't wanting to work quite as well for us, lead quite as well for us, or we were maybe just a nickel inconsistent on how we had them looking throughout. But boy, they did a good job. Champion, really good showman out here, multi-species showman. Young man in the pink shirt right there is our champion. Congratulations. Young lady in the pink shirt right back here is going to be our reserve champion. Congratulations to all of them. Let's give them one more big round of applause.
Your beginner goat showman at the 2025 NILE goes to McCoy Earl from Lewiston, Utah. Reserve champion Quincy Rhodes, Riverside, Utah. We will roll right into our first class of weather does. In class number 1, we'll have Candace Eider, Jalen Miner, Emma Maxwell, Kate Peterson, Hunter Wilson, Maya Carey, Paisley McQueen, Montana Fuller, Mesa Arnold, and Nicole Welker.
good set of does out here. A lot of them well presented, and we're going to see a lot of good haired, just fancy looking ones out there. I'm going to get the advantage to be in here, get my hands on, and see how much real goats underneath of that. Watch them track coming and going, and who's wide and square to their base, and that's where I'm going to put a lot of emphasis at. And that's where this doe up front leads off. She is not the biggest backed one in here. She stays wide and square and true to her corners. I like her design. I like her balance. I like her structure. High-headed, good spine, good hind-legged doe to go ahead and lead off. As real as any out here, this slicker-haired doe, boy, she's little, but she's good. I love her body shape. That one is big and square and her back up high. That one's powerful. She's a little steeper out of her hip. She obviously doesn't have the hair and the fuzz, and just to make her quite as smooth, and she's the little doe out here. But, boy, I like that one a lot in terms of the pieces that she has. This one right here, beautiful from the side. We got that one fitted to the nines out here and put her together. And if we're just picturing them and who we want to stand behind out here, young lady, you're the one that one carves out the best, no doubt. When I get behind and watch these track away, boy, she disappoints me in terms of genuine base width going away. I think just inner leg just isn't there. I don't think there's just quite as much true muscle there all the way. Makes a beautiful hair doe. I don't think there's just quite as much goat underneath of that as the pair right in front of us as far as just genuine base width, genuine power underneath. Probably same can go said about this doe. Love her skeleton, love her build. Get up on top of her, watch her track away. Gets just a little base narrow right there. Want to open her up, square her up to her corners. A little bolder, more powerful doe. I can quite get to balance quite as good in terms of her front end design or out of her hip. Just got a little coarser in terms of her build right there. Next pair of them, again, really hairy, fluffy does right here that are sound structured, just not as much mass and width in that particular pair of does. We just need to open them up underneath of that hair right there. Young man's is good looking, a little harder bellied. I got to drop her down in terms of her lower body just a little bit. The pair we round out with, again, good goats as we watch them come and go. They're just a little flatter and narrower made. Good high quality goats that have a lot of neat things about them. They just don't have as much to them as we watch them come and go. Got to stouten them up in their skull, base width, and just overall body shape underneath that hair. Congratulations, a really nice set of does.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 1 in our doe show. First place goes to Nicole Welker. Second, Candace Eider. Third, Kate Peterson. Fourth, Jaylyn Miner. And in fifth place, Mesa Arnold. We will now have class 2 winner in the ring. Eli Meter, Macy Joe Earl, Harley Donnelly, Frankie Counts, Renica Lohoff, Lexi Amundsen, Wyatt Gierzalka, Lillian Walder, Carson Cates, Heidi Hutchison, and Emma Maxwell.
a tough class here to put together. The ones that I like structurally maybe don't have quite as much bone or width. The ones I like in terms of body shape and power, a little tighter structured. The one that combines it the best is the young man's up front. She's not quite as real in terms of her topside mass and her base width underneath, but I do just like her balance and her symmetry. I think that she has enough skeletal width. She's got enough just power to be a good brood doe, and then she's just a nickel better skeleton than the does in 2 and 3. Boy, this doe in second, I love that one's body shape and power. That one handles incredibly good, young lady. That one's so good in her athletic shape up high. She's a little tight in that knee right there. She's just kind of bucking forward right there. A little steeper hipped and tighter hock. She just can't get out and flex and go with the kind of comfort that her doe does that we lead off with. But that's the one from a body shape and a power standpoint I sure like a lot of things about. The one that follows her in that regard is this one right here. Gets a little steeper out of her hip, not quite as neat up through her front end, but she's the other wide, stout, real one as far as back shape and just actual power goes up high. We got to just fix her from a balance standpoint. Oh, young man, this one struggled with a little bit. Love her design, love her prettiness. She follows our kind of skeletal quality and look and femininity of her class winner. I thought she just fell on the wrong side of if she had enough. That one's just a little too flat for me. That one's a little flat skulled and just narrow based underneath. Oh boy, she's pretty from the side. Real fluffy doe there that actually has a little more underneath of her than what we'd have. Young lady, I think if you take just a little bit of that hair and peel a little bit more off of her, I think we'd carve her out and make her look just a little better. She looks a little plain out here. Can't quite get quite as balanced out here. Just looks a little compact and a little boxy and just a little smooth out here and not quite as athletic because we left her a little fuzzy there, a little harder to read. Love this doe in terms of her body shape. She's too straight, hind-legged young lady. A couple as we go down, good skeleton does that they're just not quite stout enough. We just need to stouten them up in terms of jaw, skeletal width, and power all the way through. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Tough class there. A lot of differences up on the top end.
Thank you, Caleb. Results in class number 2. In first place, Wyatt Gerzalka. Second, Lexi Amundsen. Third, Emma Maxwell. Fourth, Eli Meter. And in fifth place, Frankie Counts. We'll now have class 3 enter in the ring. Jolie Russell, Kaisley Grisenti, Talia Kimball, Haven Rhodes, Paisley Hawk, Haynes Hawk, Afton McIntosh, McCoy Earl, Hunter Wilson, Raven Vukic, Zane Downey, and Mesa Arnold.
Obviously a tough class for me to just decide how I want to put them together. 4 good does that have a lot of good to them, little trade-offs. Love the balance and build of this red doe up front. The question is why it's a little tough is she's maybe as disappointing upon handle as any of them. She's just not as big and square in her back shape. That one's just not quite as stout underneath in terms of true foot size and bone work. That's where I want to change that one just a little bit. Boy, she draws a beautiful picture from the side. I think just is the one that's the best built one out here. One that has got just a little more body to her and has just a little more backs. This doe that comes in next. This doe is just a little narrower based underneath, though. I don't know if she balances quite as good through her shoulder and her front end and the way that she's assembled together, but I like her length of body. I like just the way her underline sits in her just a little bit better and her strength of top line than our doe here in 3. Our doe in 3 and 4 are the two that are just wildly out there in some areas, and I like some of the pieces of those two a little better as far as their outreach and pieces. Well, I don't know if we can make them any freakier fronted and long-necked and neat and almost long-bodied to the detriment of her just a little bit to where she gets a little easy topped. Just makes her look a little long and hollow right in there. She's really flexible in her hind leg, but a little extra set where it's not just perfect in terms of the aesthetically pleasing one. Boy, that one's got some freak pieces, and she actually got a lot of muscle up high. That one handles really good up high. She just can't get her to balance quite well enough. She's just got so many, I mean, she's long everywhere, but just makes her just a little just weird to look at right out here and can't quite put my thumb on it. If you love that one as far as her freaky pieces, you can go ahead and start her. I thought she was just a little hollow-bodied, just not quite as stout and just robust there in her center cavity. If we just want to generate stout weathers, boy, this is our piece right here. That is a stout-skulled, opened-up, big-ribbed, big-muscled one. That's got the most real stuff to her, young lady. I thought she got just a little coarse in terms of her skull. I thought she got just a little tighter in her skeleton, a bit moderate in her frame size right there. But if we want to talk about which one is just the best meat goat as far as muscle and power goes, it's this one without a doubt. Couldn't get her to balance quite as well. Thought she was just a little coarser in her build, but that one is wildly out there. And if you just want to start the freakiest one for making weathers, go ahead and start that one in 4. Beautiful one from the side, young lady. Watch her come and go. She's the narrowest based of our top 5. We just got to get her cracked open right underneath. Told the young man his paint's a good goat that just needs a handle with a little more quality and freshness right up high. Young ladies needs a shot of bone. That goes next. Standing still, young ladies, that's next. Boy, we could get her up in the top 2 or 3. Beautiful from the side. That one's just too tight hind-legged. When we get her out and going, she won't motor around the ring for us. Good-looking one that's a little hard-bodied. Couple that we round out with just need more true width and stoutness underneath. Congratulations. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 3. In first place, Kaisley Grisenti. Second, Jolie Russell. Third, Zane Downey. Fourth, Mesa Arnold. And in 5th place, Afton McIntosh. We'll now have class 4 enter in the ring. Katie Matson, Rory Prentice, Lucy Schaefer, Kate Peterson, Wyatt Gerzalka, Jordan Rolfs, Ella Hiller, Kelsey Hawk, Frankie Counts, Montana Fuller, Montana Fuller.
Again, an interesting class here, some different parts and pieces. The one that's easily the most genuine in terms of base width and just stoutness of feature and skeleton is this light-headed doe. She comes at you the stoutest in terms of her chest. That one leaves us just a little bigger pinned and square right underneath in terms of true base width and hot clearance compared to the doe that's in second. And still, I think balances with a plenty good look right from behind. I think that doe, or from the side, I think a doe that I like a lot of things about. Boy, this one draws a pretty picture from the side. I think that one is absolutely wild in terms of her front end assembly, in terms of being shallow and tucked up in her chest, wild fronted, round bodied, maybe just a little out at the point of her shoulder right there. One that as we watch her go away, as big as she is up high and as good muscled as she is up high, that one gets just a little narrow and base narrow and just closed in at her hock as we watch her go right away from us. If we could give her a little more true pin width and a little more base width going away, we'd run with her and not think twice about it. Next doe is a moderate boxy made doe. Again, one that we left a little extra fuzz on, and to me that makes her a little harder to read. She just looks a little fluffier out here and not quite as carved out and just athletic in terms of her look. I wish we could just fix that and just smooth her top line up, get her top line just a little better into there. She looks a little just plainer because of that. You get your hands up on there, there's a lot of just real stoutness and power to that particular doe. Again, just can't quite get her to balance with the same athletic look as the top pair right there. Love the stoutness of foot size and feature, the real body shape of this doe. She is a little plainer in her back, right in behind her shoulder. That doe's just a little bit plainer out of her hip and not quite as good in that regard, but one of the better ones in terms of feature, stoutness of skull and width that can make some really nice weathers. Our paint hip doe, if we could change her from kind of where her paint is on her hip right there and just out of her hip, young lady, front 2/3 of her is pretty neat. I think she just gets a little too steep hipped and a little flat-legged right there. Front 2/3 of her awfully nice. Like this one, young lady, I read her through her hair. I think she's a little too tight fore-ribbed and she goes out. I wish we could just expand her right in terms of her fore-rib and right in behind her blade. Boy, that one's neat fronted and that one's wedgie made. We just got to fix her in terms of her shoulder and right behind it. Young man's right there is good looking, a little longer, flatter head, and that kind of reflects her from their back. I think under that hair, she's just a little too flat and narrow. As we go down, that's the same story on a lot of these. I think good looking does maybe just need to be stoutened up as we watch them in terms of true muscle, true width. There's not quite as much goat underneath the hair coat there, but young people are doing a great job. Congratulations to each and every one of them.
Thank you, Caleb. Results of class number 4. In first place, Ella Hiller. Second, Katie Peterson. Third was Rory Prentice. Fourth, Montana Fuller. And in fifth place, Katie Matson. We now have class 5 entering the ring. Mikkel Guyman, Harley Fearing, Afton Shoemaker, Zane Downey, Brooke Carey, Lexi Admonson, Catherine Kinder, Maya Carey, Baylor Johnson, and Cora Seeley. I'd like to take one more moment to recognize our sponsors today that helped put this show on. Stock Show Secrets, Ag West Credit Services, Town and Country Supply, Opportunity Bank, RCIS, Select Sires, Western Ranch Supply, World West, Dalio Western Wear, Best Western Clock Tower Inn, Northern Hotel, Residence Inn by Marriott, Billings Hotel and Convention Center, Town Place Suites, also Lost Creek Showgoats and Maverick Showgoats. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Nice class here. The pair that we start with balance up just a little bit better. First and third have a little more power and true width as we get up on top of them. And so the young man's, to me, is the combo doe. Not quite as fluffy as a couple of others out here as far as fuzziness on her legs or just body hair there. I think that one's wide and square in her build. That one's great in terms of how her shoulder and chest is laid together. Gives us a good look up front. And then specifically compared to our Cape doe, who's absolutely beautiful from the side. She handles bigger, squarer, and truer down her back. Just got more real muscle in her up high and just a little more natural base width underneath. That one is absolutely gorgeous from the side, though, young lady. Boy, I think that one paints just a perfect picture. That one is so good in terms of her skeleton. Get my hands in on her. She is just a little hairier. She's not quite as real as far as shape out of the backside of her shoulder or over her loin edge right there. I get that advantage, that ringside you don't get if that one's your favorite from the side. I probably agree with you. She just isn't quite as real right up top. Oh, we talk about a generator, this moderate opened up stout one. That one's got a back in her now. That one is big and stout up high. That one is robust in her rib cage and her back and her loin. That one's wide and opened up. With all that, she's just a little jammed up. She's a little shorter necked and shorter bodied. Can't get her hip and her hind leg to come together with quite the same presence and posture as the ones that we started with. A wide stout doe here in terms of her rib cage. One that I think is just a little open at the base of her shoulder and at the top side of it. Caused her to break in behind it just a little bit. Young man couldn't quite get her to balance quite as good as the top couple right there. Thought she was nice though. Beautiful structured doe right here that we go in next. Watch her go, young lady. Like a lot that I've talked about that get down into this hole as we watch her go away. She's the flattest in terms of her true rib. She's the narrowest in terms of her base width. Got a beautiful hair coat on that one that got her presented really well. I think if we shear her off, there's just not near as much just genuine goat there as the ones right up in front of you. Not the case here. Oh, that one's wide and stout, young lady. That one's got a lot to her. She's a little too short-necked and just coarse and not feminine enough up front. I'd like to change that about her. Good-looking one next that needs a little more stoutness. Same could be said about several as we go down the line. I think really nice made does that just need a little more power and stoutness to them. Let's put our hands together, congratulate each of these young people. Got a really nice set of does all the way through.
Thanks, Caleb. Results out of class number 5. In first place, Zane Downey. Second, Catherine Kinder. Third place, Lexi Admonson. Fourth, Baylor Johnson. And in fifth place, Afton Shoemaker. We now have our sixth and final class in the doe show entering the ring. Claire Schaefer, Quincy Rhodes, Hayes Johnson, London Almer, Alexandra Thornes, Taylor Fearing, Katie Timmer, and Kate Schaefer. Okay, we need back our first and seconds out of classes 1 through 5. In class 1, Nicole Welker and Candace Eider. Class 2, Wyatt Gerzalka, Lexi Admonson. Class 3, Kaisley Grisenti and Jolie Russell. Class 4, Ella Hiller and Kate Peterson. And Class 5, Zane Downey and Catherine Kinder. I'm being told that you kids have 15 minutes to go down to the expo office and turn in the critters that you want to sell if you're going to sell. 15 minutes to get that into the office. Thank you.
In a good class, a lot of the same differences that we get. And up to the top pair, I think these are the two most unique ones. This doe that starts off with, I think, is just the most real in terms of chest width and body shape. She's maybe not the fanciest fronted one like the black-headed one that comes in second. That's extra neat in terms of her front end assembly. Boy, I think this one's got a real advantage in terms of skull shape and skeletal width, true muscle shape. That's the most impressive doe by some margin in terms of her handle quality. And I think that one's still more than acceptable as we get her out and watch her go. Not the fanciest in terms of her neck and the base of her chest. That's where we change her up just a little bit. Love the black one from the side. That one's neat fronted. Love the way she's carved out in her shoulder and her chest. That one's high-headed and good from the side. She needs a little more stuff to her right out of the back of her shoulder. That one needs to be a little bigger pinned and stouter and truer going right away from her underneath the hair. Big, broody, functional doe right here. There's a lot of things right. Square built. I think you get a doe base with a bunch of them that look like this one. Oh, you're right in the center right there. To me, she is just a little plainer up about the base of her neck and throat, just at the base of her chest right there. That one just reads a little plainer and more nondescript. Don't think she's just quite as fancy or as out there as our top pair right there. Wide, stout made doe. I couldn't quite get her to balance good enough right in behind her shoulder and out of her hip, young lady, when we get her propped right here. But I love that one's body shape. I love that one's handle quality. Boy, a good balanced one that comes in next, young lady, that you get her presented. Great top line strength strength is good. Underlying quality is good. She's got a little extra breastplate poking out there, young lady. Biggest thing, like several we get about in this spot as we watch her go, as pretty as she is from the side, coming at us. She's a little narrow-chested, going away. That one's flatter ribbed and narrow constructed as we get underneath the hair. Again, just not quite as much real goat underneath of that all the way through. Same story here, young lady. Great looking as we get her underneath all that hair and study her down in terms of frailness and at the ground. Just not quite as opened up and true underneath. The pair of them we round out with broody made does, maybe just a little plainer made. Really nice class, quality top to bottom. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Results of class number 6. In first place, Alexandra Thornes. Second, Hayes Johnson. Third, Kate Schaefer. Fourth place, Quincy Rhodes. And in fifth, Claire Schaefer. We will now have the selection of our Grand and Reserve Champion breeding doe of the 2025 Nile Goat Show. So I've got some turquoise teardrop earrings up here at the announcer's stand that a gal left in the bathroom. So if you are missing these, I have them up here at the announcer's stand. Teardrop turquoise earrings, 2 of them.
As we wrap up the day here, first and foremost, as we've done every single time, let's make it about the kids and put our hands together and congratulate them on the work that they've put in. Boy, a nice set of does out here. It's been a challenging one to sort through. Probably the toughest show as far as just figuring out. Took me just a little longer through some of those classes. Apologize about that, but really wanting to get to where I feel comfortable on what I'm going to put together out here. And boy, it was a tough lineup because we talked several times. Those beautiful ones from the side, and Harry maybe didn't have as much true width and muscle, and the stout ones a little coarser built. So we got to figure out where we're going to put our emphasis in and try to find the most good in these particular animals. And I'm very pleased with the quality that we got out here. What I will say about the doe show is there was a lot of nice ones, and there was a lot of good does that got put down a little further in class. Continue to take them on, continue to go on and stride down the road and be able to find what you want to do with them and find your goals and your purpose in this deal. Well, it's been a long day. We went through a lot of livestock, and it was all very smooth. We've had a great set of ring help with our interns, our superintendents, our announcers. Please put your hands together and thank them for all the work that they do putting this show on so you guys can come up here. Continues to grow every year. I think if they had more barn space, boy, we could just make this show bigger and bigger. The wait list fills up very quickly, and you got to get your entries in quick if you want to get here, and that just speaks to the quality that's here. I want to thank Shelby and the NILE crew for having me up. Always a pleasure to come back here. Some of my first memories of showing livestock, but mainly judging livestock, were here at the NILE Stock Show. They've got a contest tomorrow with 800 kids registered in it to be able to go through a judging contest, and that's where my career started at, was just as a little 9-year-old starting in on that deal, and I get to come back and sort on this side. So a really surreal moment for me getting to come back for a second year and do this on this level, and it's just really appreciate that. I've talked a lot through the day. I'm going to put the mic down. I've described these things in detail. I don't think there's a perfect one out here. I think there's a lot of really neat ones that put a lot of nice things together. I get to sort them the way I like them. But boy, it's been fun. Thanks for having me, NILE. Let's make it about the kids one more time. Put your hands together and congratulate them one more time.
Results of our breeding doe show. Grand overall goes to Ella Hiller, Sheridan, Wyoming. Reserve overall goes to Zane Downey, Whitehall, Montana. Third place to Kate Peterson, Creswell, Oregon. Fourth overall, Catherine Kinder, Hagerman, Idaho. Fifth overall, Alexandra Thornes, Florence, Montana. Thank you all, folks, for coming to the 2025 NILE. We hope to see you next year. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Have safe